Kenmore City Council is now in session pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1G. The City Council will now enter into an executive session to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment. The executive session is slated to last approximately 90 minutes until 7 p.m.
see how things continue to flourish and grow. Before I came to work at Kenmore, I worked in state government. I had to travel around the state, and these courthouses I'm seeing are amazing. Dozens of courthouses have been able to do rehab. That's how I got more immersed in history.
to go? Our city council is exiting executive session. Deputy Mayor O'Kane, did you have a motion from executive session?
I do. Motion to appoint Stephanie Lukash as interim city manager and authorize the mayor to negotiate and sign a contract for interim city manager services and to bring the contract back for council ratification on consent.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On that motion, Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Lutsis,
Yes.
Councilmember Culver,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes. Now during the special meeting, calling the regular meeting to order. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Culver,
Present.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Present.
Councilmember Lutsis,
Here.
Councilmember Sassen,
Yes. Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Here.
Mayor Herbig,
Here.
all present.
I just want to flag for my colleagues, all of our screens are not working because of the power outages, so we may just have to either turn around or bring things up on our surfaces, so. That brings us to the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the city of Kenmore is situated upon the ancestral lands of the Snohomish, Snoqualmie, Soxhawtl, Duwamish, Stillaguamish, Tulalip, Suquamish, Muckleshoot, and other tribes who are part of the Coast Salish peoples. We recognize and express our deepest respect for their enduring stewardship and profound relationship with this land, which they have cherished and protected since time immemorial. We honor the First Peoples, acknowledge their vibrant cultures, and commit ourselves to learning from their wisdom in our journey to promote justice, equity, and mutual understanding. We pledge to stand alongside these communities in acknowledging past injustices and working towards a future that respects and celebrates the diverse heritage of this land. Now, if you all please stand and join me in the flag salute.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
Next on the agenda is agenda approval. Unless there are any objections, the agenda will stand approved as published. Hearing no objections, the agenda is approved. We have one proclamation for Women's History Month, and I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor to read it, please.
Whereas throughout history, women of all races and backgrounds have played a vital and significant role in shaping the course of our country and our world, despite facing barriers and discrimination based on their gender, sexual orientation, race, and ethnicity. And whereas women have made innumerable contributions to every aspect of society, from the arts and sciences to politics and activism, and have worked tirelessly to improve the lives of others. And whereas, despite these countless contributions, the role of women in history has too often been overworked, overlooked, and undervalued. And whereas women have been leaders in every major social and political movement in our country, including the suffrage movement, the civil rights movement, the labor movement, the LGBTQIA+ rights movement, and the environmental movement, among others. And whereas Women's History Month serves as an opportunity to educate and inspire future generations about the vital role of women in history and to encourage the continued pursuit of gender equality and empowerment. Whereas the city makes this proclamation to honor the achievements and contributions of women from all walks of life and to recognize the ongoing struggle for gender and racial equality, we celebrate the legacy of women who have paved the way for progress, and we stand with women today as we work to create a more just and equitable society for all. Now, therefore, Nigel Herbig, Mayor, City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, does proclaim March to be Women's History Month throughout the city of Kenmore.
That brings us to a new agenda item. Where's the wildlife, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Your Honor. Russ Johnson, a Kenmore resident, sent me some really fascinating videos. He has wildlife cameras in his yard, and I thought they were worth sharing. And it shows you that we still live amongst some really fascinating critters here in the city, and it highlights the importance to maintain wildlife corridors in our city. So, Mr. Johnson, do you mind coming on up?
We'll have to look over our shoulders. Your microphone on over there?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Carlinzi. And Mr. Mayor and members of the council, the manager, I'm grateful for the invitation to be here with you tonight. I'd like to share with you about 3 minutes of a video that I've compiled that was captured on my trail camera. Some of you are familiar. That I placed at various locations over the last year in my backyard, just in my backyard. And these are motion activated. And so when an animal walks in front of this camera, it starts either a video or a still image, depending on how I've programmed it to do it. And in looking at these images off this camera, I have discovered an amazingly beautiful and largely unseen world of wild animals living right here among us. These images are all current and have been recorded in the last 12 months. As you watch them, I would ask you that you think about our community and the importance of protecting open spaces and ensuring that transit zones for these wild animals living among us, because it's in these spaces that animals move, feed, breed, and rest. And so my wife, Carol's back here. We've lived in Kenmore now for over 45 years, raised our family here, and we've loved living here. During that 45-year time, like all of us, I've seen the occasional deer and rabbits in our yard. We've been trying to protect our roses and our vegetable garden from these critters. But a happening occurred just a year ago today. As Carol and I were getting into bed at 11:30 at night in March 2024, we heard a scream. It started out sounding a little bit like a growl, but it ended up sounding like a woman screaming, louder than any of us could possibly scream. I got out of bed with my flashlight, had no idea what this was. I walked out on my deck, and we have a green belt behind us of an acre. And this sound came again, very, very loud. And my neighbor came out next door, and we both had flashlights, and said, "Did you hear that, Russ?" I said, "Oh, yeah." And he said, "Well, it woke my daughter up. She's 4 years old." So it was a really loud sound. And right after that, I came back in and started Googling to figure out what the heck that sound was. And you'll find out here in just a couple minutes. So, Michelle, if we could start the video. I like this little photo of this raccoon. they're incredibly curious creatures, and this one just happened to, like all of them do, walk right in front of the camera to try and figure out what was going on, what this device was. So I've identified 3 different bobcats that have been transiting through our backyard, most of them over this 6-foot fence, my neighbor's fence in the back, in the corner of our yard. And I believe it was a male bobcat that was either fighting with another one or trying to call in a mate for a breeding season, which traditionally is winter and spring period. And I think this bobcat is probably 30 pounds, 35 pounds. It's a big animal. I positioned a camera up on the fence, and this is kind of fun to see them walk along the fence with their big feet, getting over the edge. And I'll pause here. This is a rabbit in the mouth of this bobcat. And I was so surprised to catch that image. Of course, we have deer coming through. I'll just pause for a second on this. These are the Columbia black-tailed deer. They're a subspecies of mule deer, and you've all seen these in our neighborhoods. They are native to this area, the West Coast, as is the bobcat, incidentally. So this is the green belt in back of our house here. In October, the beginning of the 4th week of October, you can see the date stamp on here, October 24th, we started seeing big bucks coming in to our yard. And if you look at the neck on this 3.3 by 2 point buck, he's got this big enlarged neck. He's in rut breeding with whatever female deers he can find. And I'm sorry, this little image up here in the top covers up the rack of this deer, but this is a 4x4 Columbia black-tailed deer. And look at the size of his body and his neck. That's an enormous deer, and I've been seeing him come into our backyard for several years in a row. So this is pretty fun. We had an amazing experience in our backyard this past spring. A mother deer left one of her newborn fawns right next to our house. It was literally right next to our patio. You can see on the very bottom left edge some of the patio there. She had 2 of them, and she would stay within earshot or eye shot of them during the day, and then they would sit there literally all day without moving. And then in dusk, they would get up and join her so that they could feed and that she could take them safe somewhere. And you're all familiar, of course, with raccoons. They're very common in urban and suburban environments. I discovered that they're coming through our yard every night, just absolutely every night, the same family group. Look at this little rabbit. Have you ever seen one cleaning their ears before? Turn around. A stellar blue jay. Did you see what that was going by? Coyote. And this is that big male bobcat again, and he's hunting right here. See how carefully he's walking, and I want you to, I thought this was great. This deer is just playing, kicking up its heels, running down to the corner of our yard. And that's our cat, Oliver. He wanted his picture included. So I ask you as members of the City Council at the outset of this little 3-minute video to think about protecting the open spaces and ensuring transit zones for the wildlife living among us. I've never actually seen a bobcat. I've only caught them on film. And I'm 78. I've spent a good deal of my life in the backcountry. I've never seen one. But as we've seen here tonight, they are here. They are living their lives apart from us. They find each other and reproduce. The moms give birth. They protect and teach their young how to survive. These wildlife creatures among us don't ask us for anything, but they need space and the ability to move freely to find food, shelter, and mates. I think it's really quite a miracle that they are here, and just knowing this brings me great joy, and I hope it does you as well. Conclusion, I just want to recognize Rob Carlinzi. We're sorry, Rob, that you are leaving Kenmore. We've been blessed and benefited from your leadership and the councils over the many years. So do you have any questions that I can answer?
Any questions for Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Council Member Marshall.
Yeah, not a question, but a comment. I think this is the first such presentation with the video that I've seen in this council chamber in my 8 years or so. So I thank you very much for it.
You're welcome. There's one other just point I wanted to make. I called the Department of Wildlife, State Department of Wildlife, to ask the individual responsible for nuisance and other wildlife incidents if there had ever been an occasion where a bobcat had attacked, touched, hurt any person in the Seattle, greater Seattle area. He says there's none. There's not one. We don't need to be afraid of these animals. Thank you very much.
Yeah, City Manager. Oh, yeah, sorry, Councilmember Sassen, did you have a question or comment?
Yes, I do. I thank you so much for bringing this video to our attention. I too, I live up in the Moorlands neighborhood, and my property also backs up onto a green belt. And much to my surprise, within the last several months, I saw a photograph of my own fence with a bobcat on it on the Facebook page, the Kenmore Facebook page. So we are aware that we have lots of wildlife, and it is an absolute pleasure and privilege to have you come tonight and demonstrate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
City Manager.
Yeah, and some of you may have heard of the term rewilding. In fact, the Environmental Resource Center up there at St. Edward had some classes on rewilding a couple of years ago, and this is kind of what we're talking about, and what Russ is talking about, which is making sure we preserve and even create these corridors for wildlife to continue to thrive amongst us. One other note is you may recognize Russ from some other things. So back in the mid-2010s, when Circuit 26 was notoriously going in and out of power and had such reliability problems, Russ led a grassroots effort and really got in our face and got our attention to really work with Puget Sound Energy to increase power reliability. And what's nice is Nancy Owsley is here in the audience, who led the effort on the staff part and negotiated all that with Puget Sound Energy and got Puget Sound Energy to invest over $20 million in making our systems more reliable. To the point that I would like to say that Circuit 26 went from being the notorious worst performing circuit in the city to, I would almost say, and maybe there's some data out there to show it, that Circuit 26 is now the best performing circuit in the city.
Thank you all for that.
Yeah. So thank you, Russ, for being involved, and you're an example of grassroots efforts to make change. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for being here and for sharing that,
You're welcome.
those videos and pictures. That was great to see. Mr. City Manager, where is the fun?
Let's go back to February 8th. Maura Query. Sorry, I just got to bring up something on my computer. Maura Query, our super co-creator and the leader of Thoughtful Citizens Group, organized a Valentine card making event, and over 50 people came to the hangar that day to help make Valentine cards for senior citizens. And so you can see people doing that, and it's really a wonderful way to help uplift our seniors. I went to several senior living centers in the area. And Mayor, I believe you were there. Or...
Yeah, I was in the first picture.
Okay, yeah. Here's a quote from co-creator Maura Query. I'm so grateful to the community for continuing to support these events. It helps me stay positive and hopeful in times of uncertainty and motivates me to continue bringing these opportunities to people who are searching for them. So big thanks to Maura for organizing this event. And it's definitely not the first time she's done it. She's been doing it every year now for a while. And there's her daughter, Lucy.
Yeah, it was a really fun event. It made me use some artistic muscles that have been atrophying for a little while now. And I haven't played with a glue stick in quite a bit, but it was a lot of fun. And yeah, it's just fun to see community come together like that too. That was a lot of fun. That brings us to our public comments. We want to welcome everyone to the council's meeting. We ask you to address your comments to the mayor and the council. Folks will have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and city of residence and keep within the allotted time to make every person feel welcome and safe here. We ask that folks refrain from booing, clapping, heckling, or other interruptions. The meeting is recorded for transparency. Thank you for being here and for sharing your input respectfully. Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 4 guests on site wishing to speak and 0 guests waiting online. We'll take the following 4 in this order: Jennifer Anderson, Carl Michaelman, Patrick O'Brien, and Jane Lewis, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. So lovely to see you tonight. I am here to talk to you tonight about our lovely public works employees and maybe giving them a break with some of their work. I have 2 things to bring to your attention. The first is I've noticed for a while, and I'm wondering, I don't know what our city can do or if we can work with like some other local authorities, but all the trucks coming in and out of our 2 like dirt and gravel places, like the cement place, and then over like the Pacific Landscaping, none of them have covered loads. Now, this is a state law that I know very well because if you show up to the dump with your own stuff and you haven't covered your load, they will fine you. And all of that stuff falls on our road, and our public works people then have to use our street sweepers to clean it up. And so it deteriorates our roads more quickly. And it also makes extra work and uses extra water with those street sweepers. And in addition, all of that stuff gets pushed into this shoulder of the roads by cars, which means that you're affecting the bike lanes. See how I brought that around? I know you love it. My second one is that I have been looking at the proposed pedestrian and bicycle safety improvement project on 80th Avenue, which is what we're calling it. And I would like to bring your attention to that we are using the design as it stands is using alternating chicanes to protect a bike lane and bring the cars back and forth to slow down cars. But that means that the bike lane and the sidewalk are protected, then unprotected, protected, then unprotected. And I am here to ask you to not use the safety of pedestrians and cyclists to slow down car traffic. We can do better than this. We have a 6-foot sidewalk, a 5-foot bike lane, a 4-foot planter, 20 feet of road, a 12-foot planter, another 5-foot bike lane, a 6-foot sidewalk. There is plenty of room to do a different design that will keep the cyclists and the pedestrians out of the car traffic altogether. A multi-use path like we've done over here on 68th. There are so many other options, and I would just really suggest to you that we look at alternatives, especially because the way that that is set up right now, those chicanes are making troughs where the bicycle lane has to go that we don't have a plan for cleaning right now. And since we still don't have a bike lane street sweeper, I don't want to add more places we need to clean until we have that figured out. So I thank you for your time. Have a lovely evening.
Carl Michaelman.
Carl Michaelman, Breyer and Kenmore. I'm not here because I want to be. I'm here because I have to be. I want you all to look at each other. Something I found out that was very, very offensive. Your last meeting of public comments, of the comments at the end of your thing. Mr. Culver, for you to have the nerve to say free Gaza, you don't do that up here. You want to have your own personal opinion, you do that, okay? Matter of fact, you might as well be a Hamas soldier with that mask on you. You have no concept, none of what's going on in the world when it comes to that. I'm Jewish and I'm very proud of it. I had relatives that were in the Holocaust. My aunt and uncle were dead. I had another aunt and uncle that survived Auschwitz. And for you to go ahead and say free Gaza, that is so offensive. And I'm telling you, you need to resign because this is not the place to go ahead and do it. And you can give me that dumb look all you want, but this is completely wrong. Then I go to Deborah. I call her and I said, Deborah, did you hear what John said? Not really. I said, free Gaza. She tells me this is free speech. It's like happy Passover. How dare you? And then she goes, yeah, I don't know. There's nothing we can do about it. And then, but it's okay. Her and I being Jewish, it offends her to have the tree lighting. So what happens? We don't have the tree lighting anymore. Then I call you, Nigel. And Nigel, you have the nerve to say it's free speech. And then what you do is, I've talked to you about this before with Joe Marshall, who lied 100% saying he was for the lodge, and you keep saying it. I got it all in documentations. You don't do anything about it. And then Melanie, I had so much respect for you when we had Constantine and we had Inslee in our face, but now you're talking, Nigel tells me you're talking about Gaza? How dare you? I asked in October when this happened, October 7th, for you to condemn what Hamas did. You did nothing. Zilch, but you feel you can talk about it on your public comments because that's okay. Why don't you just say hi Hitler? Because that's how offensive it is. And we do not want that. You all go ahead and read that hate speech and everything. You know what Hamas wants to do in Gaza? They want to annihilate the Jews.
Thank
They want
you.
to annihilate the Jews.
Thank
And
you,
what's
Mr.
happening
McElroy.
is this is just not acceptable. And I'm to a point with
Thank you,
Nigel, when you
thank
don't
you,
want to
Mr.
hear it,
Michelman.
you put your gavel down.
Thank you,
But
Mr.
when you don't
Michelman.
police everybody, you know exactly
Michelman,
it's wrong.
your time is
So
up.
my time is up.
Yes.
But I'm going to tell you something.
Mr.
You guys
Michelman.
are anti-Semites. And if you don't fix it, this is what's going to happen. Go ahead, use your gavel. Please do. Because you don't listen to us. Oh, I don't have
Mr.
to do
Michelman,
anything. There you go,
I'm
because
asking
you
you to
don't
please
want to
return to
hear it
your seat.
anymore, Nigel. That's the point.
Mr. Michelman, your time is up.
My
Thank you.
time is up, Nigel. You're an anti-Semite.
Pat O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington. I never saw a group of people so happy to see me. Yeah, that's funny, Nigel. Have a sense of humor. The city of Kenmore, Nigel Herbig, likes to stop people during their 3-minute comments. He did so several weeks ago when he gave a legal opinion, and he's not an attorney, nor is he licensed with the Washington State Bar. When question fell on procedure, it fell to the attorney, Don Raton, who replied that the city did not opine to have the public speak on items before the election. This is a direct conflict of the First Amendment of the United States. It is my right, and your rules of the city council may prohibit you from speaking about something, but it sure doesn't prohibit me from speaking on it. And you, Nigel Herbig, are over the top, and I really find some real difficulties with your continued leadership of this city council. And I agree with everything that Carl Michelman just said. It's absolutely not your platform to talk about Gaza. Worry about the things you're screwing up and doing here in Kenmore. As a matter of fact, if you're short on money, I suggest you hang a picture of Donald Trump right over the front desk, and we'll get one that's signed by him, and maybe he'll have some pity on you and give you some federal money, because you're not getting any more money for Lake Point. You're not getting any more money for the crazy things that you spend money on, like the Kenmore maintenance facility that you're directly responsible for. You were like, oh, $35,000 is a lot of money for a sign. Well, it's going to be $30 to $70 million. And now that the state funding is gone, because Bob Ferguson can't even show up for the League of United States Governors because he's scared to death, you're not going to get any federal money. You're not going to get any state money, and your budget is way out of balance. And Rob had the good sense to leave town. Now you guys got to figure out how to fix that. I don't know if you're capable of that, because it's going to mean stopping the Kenmore maintenance facility. It's going to mean stopping and retracting all the money you have dictated towards Lake Point, which is definitely a no-go in this environment. And you have to pare back your city staff. Thank you.
Jane Lewis.
I'll try to talk loud. I'm Jane Lewis, Kenmore resident. Good evening, Mayor Herbig and council members. I'd like to share how Kenmore neighborhoods can prepare for natural disasters with, while building community at the same time. Your immediate sources of help following a natural disaster are the neighbors living around you. So it makes sense to develop a neighborhood disaster response plan. Having a plan reduces the possibility of injuries, loss of life, and personal property. According to the Washington State Department of Natural Resources, Washington has the second highest risk in the U.S. of large damaging earthquakes. Another good reason to prepare. Our neighborhood has been working on a disaster preparedness plan for about 4 years now. What we have been using is called Map Your Neighborhood, an emergency response plan developed by Washington State Military Department. I like Map Your Neighborhood because it is very well organized, provides step-by-step guidance and resources, and gets neighbors working together. All neighbors in our cul-de-sac are kept informed but participation is optional. However, out of the 18 households, 14 have been actively involved, which just shows that when people really care, they really care about their property and their safety. And so programs like this are something they want. Okay. Here are some of the preparations our neighborhood has accomplished. We've created a neighborhood map with the location of the water and natural gas shutoff valves. And then we've all walked through the neighborhood to find them. There's a lot of growth around those often. Each person has stored a container of disaster essentials under their bed: sturdy shoes and gloves, helmet, a copy of the 9-step action plan for immediately to put into place after an earthquake or a disaster. And they're all ready access under the bed. And that is especially nice if it happens at night. We've established a neighborhood gathering site. This is a place where neighbors meet after attending to their own family and property. We've created neighborhood skills and equipment inventory. We know who our doctors, counselors, carpenters, ham radio operators, firefighters are, and who has the equipment we might need: generators, ladders, first aid supplies, chainsaw, tents, bedding, etc. We've developed a communication plan using walkie-talkies and the ham radio equipment at the Kenmore Fire Station should cell service be unavailable. We conduct practice drills for executing the emergency plan. We had one this year, and it was a
Thank
great
you, Ms.
time with the
Lewis.
neighbors. Okay. So just something to think about. It would be if there's a way that we can promote neighborhood preparedness in case of disasters, it might be something the city wants to look into. And for anybody there.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. I'm sorry, but
Okay,
we do
that's
need to
fine.
wrap up. Thank you. Okay. I want to thank everybody who came for public comment. Next on the agenda is our consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda stands approved unanimously. That brings us to the first of our presentations, and does not appear as if our screens are going to be working. Do we have these presentations? Are they in the packet? No. All right, well, our first presentation is the King County's John D. Spellman Awards for Achievement in Historic Preservation Recognition. We are very lucky to have King County Historic Preservation Officer Jennifer Meisner recognizing two wonderful people and organizations in Kenmore.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Herbig and members of the council. Thank you so much for inviting me to join you for this ongoing celebration of historic preservation in Kenmore. I'm Jennifer Meisner, and we're really delighted to offer preservation and landmarking services to the city of Kenmore through our regional preservation program. It's just wonderful to work with you all. Each year, the King County Executive recognizes exceptional work being done around the county to highlight and preserve our shared heritage and to promote economic vitality through our John D. Spellman Award for Achievement in Historic Preservation. These awards are named for John D. Spellman, who was King County's first executive, and he served in that role from 1969 to 1980. And during that time, he really laid the groundwork for historic preservation here in King County by initiating the very first survey of historic properties and really supporting passage of the Landmarks Ordinance in King County. And then he went on to serve as governor of the state of Washington from 1981 to 1985. So this past December, we held our 23rd Annual Preservation Awards program at the historic Kenmore Community Club. And Kenmore Air Harbor and Nancy Owsley were two of the 4 award recipients honored by Executive Constantine last year at this very well-attended and very festive award program. It was really lovely. Kenmore Air received an award in our Legacy Business category for its remarkable history as a multi-generational family-owned enterprise and the enduring contributions it's made to King County and beyond. And Nancy Owsley was honored in our Career Achievement category for her distinguished career in public service and her incredible work as a catalyst for historic preservation. In addition to our in-person awards program, over the last several years, we've worked with a really wonderful videographer with King County Television who produces little feature award videos for each of our recipients. And we're really delighted to share the videos that he produced with Nancy and Kenmore Air with you this evening. So thank you very much, and I guess we'll cue up the videos. Thanks.
Mayor, you are also welcome to sit in the front if you'd like for the videos. There are 2, so it's up to you if you don't want to crane your neck.
Why don't we get where we can actually see things without hurting our necks?
We are in downtown Kenmore, Washington. It's fun to see how things continue to flourish and grow. Before I came to work at Kenmore, I worked in state government. I had to travel around the state, and these courthouses I'm seeing are amazing. Dozens of courthouses have been able to do rehab. That's how I got more immersed in historic preservation. We're in one of the newest parks in Kenmore. It's where a small river connects with the Sammamish River. Indigenous people would spend their winter right here. The City Council approved renaming this park to honor the First Nation peoples who were here. The name of the park now is Tlahadis. We're at the beautiful lodge at St. Edward, which was for many years a seminary building. Then it sat mostly empty for many years. Frankly, not too many people thought it would survive. This is kind of a storybook ending. It has become a place where people celebrate, they gather. You just can't help but think of all the people who have come here before us. Preservation, it's not just physical structures, it's the stories.
I started out doing remote control airplanes, and then I was like, all right, what's the next thing after that? And it's flying the real planes.
Clear. My son was pretty much born, came out of the womb wanting to drive things, fly things.
I've been flying the same routes that I great uncle Greg flew when he was my age.
San Juan Islands and so forth, up into Canada and these unique places that you can only get by plane or by boat. Just a grand adventure. I mean, this whole business has been a grand adventure. Kenmore Air was started by my grandfather, Bob Monroe. It started out with he and two high school friends. They ended up buying an airplane to restore in their garage, and it happened to be a seaplane. Their first flight, they took off right from the property right here in 1945, and somebody was driving by when they saw the airplane take off and asked if they taught flying lessons, and they said, yes, we do. Now we do. So that was the beginning of the business. My grandmother and grandfather raised their family right here on the shores of Lake Washington. I grew up here on the property. Our family home was right here. We were on the other side of the tracks as far as my friends at school. The steam locomotive used to go by on the railroad track up here. Now it's a popular bike trail. Kind of tells you how long I've probably been around here on this property, but watching the whole area grow up has been quite an experience. Have fun! But what makes it really special is the people that we've been able to work with over the years. We've had people that have worked at Kenmore for decades.
Kenmore, it's here in King County, its roots are here, and we love being here.
Taking people up there, especially for their first time, and showing the beautiful Pacific Northwest, it's just a special thing to be able to do that.
I just hope it never gets old. You know, it's always exciting every time, and I hope it stays that way.
I think our business is the coolest business in the Northwest. Actually, I think it's the coolest business in anywhere.
Well, if either Nancy or folks from Kenmore would like to come up, and Nancy, do you want to say a few words? And then folks from Kenmore, if you're interested. And then we also will be taking photos because we have our own certificates for you also celebrating it.
Good evening, and thank you for inviting us to spend a little time with you tonight. It's really quite an honor to receive this award, totally unexpected. And it really speaks to the kind of city that Kenmore is. That I worked in the largest city in the state, the largest county in the state, and then I worked for state government. And in that job, I managed what was called the local government division in the Department of Commerce. And so I traveled all over the state and worked with planners around the state. And what I came away with is it was the cities that are about this size, the mid-sized cities, that were doing the most creative things around the state. And so Kenmore is no exception to that. And it's so fun to be here with Todd, because that was, I'll never forget my first meeting at Kenmore Air. And I came back, I said, you know, they could do a sitcom about, because there are all these inside jokes and family members, and it was just a wonderful experience. But I also want to give a lot of credit to the amazing Kenmore Heritage Society. It is really an outstanding organization that does so much for the city and also the Kenmore Community Club. And I was just thrilled to be able to be at the community club to receive the award. So thank you very, very much. It's fun to be back.
We're happy to have you back. Mr. Banks, did you want to say a few words?
All of that.
Oh.
Wanted to thank Jennifer and Eric for a nice job in putting the whole award
yeah,
together and the
absolutely.
program, and we felt honored, and it's neat to see. Van Hunter's fourth generation in the business, and there's not a lot of multi-generational family businesses that are. I wanted to thank Nancy and Rob for making Kenmore a better place. I think all over this place, and like there's turning a chapter.
Thank you. That event in December was December, November, whatever it was a really great event. I really enjoyed it. The event that the Kenmore
it was
Community Club,
nice. It was
that was
very nice.
that was a really great event, and it was great that we were able to host it in the community club the way we were. Well, I've got some certificates for them. Why don't we line up in front of the dais instead of over by the flags, because we've got something else going on over there, and we'll take a quick photo.
What are the boxes for?
Yeah, I wondered that. Oh.
Is this part of the love note, that they fill with love notes? A team photo?
Team photo.
Waiting for a second to go. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Councilor Marshall?
I don't mean to pile on or anything, but just before you guys split, thank you, Nancy. That's like only the tip of the iceberg on all your accomplishments and achievements. The one I want to say, it's like, I'm worried about the wind tonight. It's going to be windy. I know that we're in a better place because of the PSE contract and that you got. That is a massive legacy. Thank you. And then it's really, I really feel truly that Kenmore Air, I hear that seaplane, it really is a comforting sound.
Couldn't have said it better. That brings us to our next presentation. So everybody who's wondering what the boxes are about, you're about to find out. West Sammamish Bridge final report presented by Engineering Director John Vicente.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I actually didn't think I'd be coming back here again on this project ever again, but apparently I did such a good job at our All City talking about this. Rob wanted me to present it to you guys, so here I am. Let's hope the power stays on. West Sammamish Bridge, supposed to be the final, but we'll soon find out. So yeah, I'm sure you're all asking, hey, I thought we were done with this thing. I mean, gosh darn it, we had a ribbon cutting in 2022. We opened up to traffic, but not quite done. We had a lot of problems with some of our lighting components out there, and we did our final contract work in November 2024. My project manager spent almost 2 years working with the contractor trying to get everything finished on this project, and it just was painful and long. So again, 1.5 years to get parts. What's going on here? Well, guess what? Supply chain issues thanks to COVID. So warehouses were empty, hard to get stuff. We had to wait a long time for certain materials. We had a motherboard with our lighting system that came all the way from London, and that failed and broke down, and it took a very long time, I think 9 months to a year, to get the replacement motherboard to get the lighting to work properly. We ran into some wiring issues, so we had to fix some of the wiring within the system. And then we had some programming connectivity issues trying to figure out how we can actually operate the lights and get them to work remotely. So we had to deal with that. So again, took a long time, but we're done, right? Right? No, we're still not done. Not really. So as part of this project, we had to do wetland habitat restoration, and we are required through our permit to do a series of monitoring activities. We have to monitor the plants, replace them as needed, and do an annual reporting on to the permitting agencies. Monitoring ends in 2028, so we'll be continuously monitoring and looking at this and addressing any corrective issues that result to plants dying or invasive weed removal. So, it was such a long time ago. Figure I'd refresh your memories on what we actually did. So we removed the old 1970 bridge. You see all those little wood piles hanging out of the mud. That's from the old bridge that used to be there prior to the previous bridge. So we had to remove all of those. There were, I believe like 100 of these things all in the river. We had to remove all of those. We removed the 1938 bridge. That's one of the footings from the pier. We installed a new water main. We undergrounded the utilities within the area. We did wetland and habitat restoration within Rhododendron Park, down by the river, and also adjacent to the boat launch. We did a bunch of new landscaping along the corridor, and we built a new bridge. So we did a whole lot of fun stuff with the bridge. You can see it out there. Some of the unique things that we did is we built an 18-foot promenade for bike and ped usage. We built an overlook for people to enjoy the views, and we did some new programmable lighting, which is where we had some of the issues, and we finally got them to work properly. So I'm going to give you a little walk down memory lane on this one. So the new bridge replaced the old one built in 38, which replaced the old one built in 1917. The project started in 2013. We did an alternatives analysis report that said that due to heavy activity and some shifting and settling and cracks on the bridge, we had to do load restrictions, which we put in effect in 2014. The design started in 2015. As part of that design, we went through a flurry of ideas and thoughts and how do we want this bridge to be presented, what do we want it to look like. And after almost 3 years, we finally came up with a final design idea and advanced the plans to final completion. Construction started 2020. We created a logo, as you can see, and we had our sign. We used Hank Heron, thanks to my engineer, Kate Vaughn, who helped us with all that. And then most of the work was done by January 2023, and then we did the contract finish work in 2024. So some of the questions folks have is, why does it take so long to get this project done? Why over 10 years and we still have more work to do? Well, there was all that fun permitting that everybody has to do. We had 13 permit approvals from 15 different agencies we had to secure. You can see all the agencies sitting there. We had to do right-of-way acquisition from 4F properties, which meant that we had to limit how much time we could spend on the boat launch, or we would have to have purchased equivalent property to that boat launch, so we could only spend so much time on that property. We had a fish window. We can only touch the water in July and August of any given year. It took us a little while to figure out what we wanted. Again, almost 3 years with trying to figure out what we wanted this bridge to look like, what we wanted to have as a finished product. And then, of course, we had a whole bunch of material shortages, so there were some delays in contract time. When we bid this project, there was no such thing as a pandemic. And then when we started construction, the pandemic occurred, I think, 1 or 2 weeks right after construction started. So that was a whole new thing that we had to deal with the project. We had a concrete strike. We actually found a way to save some time to get the project done early, and then the concrete strike took all that time away from us, so it took us a little bit longer to get done than we thought. What did it cost? So some interesting facts for you. In 1917, the bridge cost $11,000. That's about $280,000 in today's money. The 1938 bridge cost about $200,000, which is about $4.5 million in today's dollars. And our bridge cost $42 million. So $38 million of that came from grants, 1.8 from utilities, and about 2.2 was a contribution from the city. So we had a fairly small contribution for the total cost of the bridge. And then, of course, let's not forget maintenance. We're still going to be paying for this bridge until the bridge is torn down. So we have all the landscaping and irrigation that has to be taken care of. We've got street lighting. There's constant maintenance needs for that. Bulbs, components, things wear out, have to be replaced. We got to sweep the darn thing, so that gets swept every so often. And then we have to have annual bridge inspections from the county does for us. So there's a lot more that happens in terms of maintenance. Those are just some highlights that we have to do. And now some little fun facts for you in case you get hit with a question by someone you might know. We had 8 utilities that we had to underground for this project: PSC, Comcast, Frontier Ziply, MCI Verizon, WashDOT, Seattle City Light, University of Washington, and North Shore Utility District. A lot of utilities there you wouldn't expect. And then it takes several hours to build this. We spent almost 75,000 human hours to construct. And that's our project manager, Terry, there. It's thanks to her that we got this project done on time, on budget, and without almost no issues. So kudos to her for making sure this project was a success. We had 350 diver hours, and I'm sure everyone's wondering, why do we have divers? To get the foundations removed from this project, divers had to go down there and attach cabling so that they could lift them out of the water. You'll notice this one particular foundation looks like it's been cut in half, and that's exactly what they had to do. It was far too large for their crane to lift out, so the diver had to go down there and saw cut that footing in half so that they could remove the 2 parts. We had about 1,500 hours dedicated to traffic control, 300 hours for police officers. We built 1,720 feet of new water line, 1,600 feet of new storm line, 800 tons of asphalt were placed, 4,820 linear feet of curb and gutter was put in, 23,940 square feet of new sidewalk. That doesn't include the bridge. That's an additional 4,800 square feet. Over 185 trees and 5,000 bushes were planted, and 3,200 cubic yards of styrofoam. Yes, we had to build styrofoam into this project. The ground underneath the roadway was too soft to handle the loads of the road, and so they came up with a lightweight product, which they called geofoam, to backfill the soils, and this allowed us to not have to put in soldier piles to support the roadway. So all along the entire west side of the road, from the boat launch to the first business there, the building it's almost all styrofoam underneath the sidewalk, bike lane, and part of the travel lane. So, and a few more facts. We removed 640,000 pounds of bridge piers. That's just the bridge piers. That's not everything else that went into this thing. That's just the bridge piers. So some pretty hefty stuff. And again, what made up this bridge? We have 5 spans, 4 girders each, about 106 to 136 feet long, weighing 150,000 to 200,000 pounds each. You can see them there in the picture. We had 3,600 cubic yards of concrete in the bridge, and 400,000 pounds of steel went into the bridge as well. 500 feet of 6-foot and 8-foot diameter shafts, so a total of 14 piles are holding that bridge up across the span. And then finally, documentation. You cannot build a project without documentation, especially when you have federal funds. That's all we do is documentation. So we had over 29,000 photos that we took on this project. It's a lot of pictures. We took about 70 minutes of video. Most of the video was related to on-site conditions, but we did take some videos you're seeing here of special placement items. So we videotaped a lot of the placement of the girders. Oops. And then paperwork, lots and lots of paperwork. Over 800 pounds of paper was produced on this project. If we were to stack them on top of each other, it'd be about 20 feet high. From floor to ceiling here is 15 feet high, so they give you an idea. And of course, you're probably wondering what this artwork is over here that I've established, these gorgeous boxes. If we were to box up all that paperwork, that's how many boxes it would take. That's 36 boxes. So all of this paperwork we have to keep for 6 years once we reached final, which happened in November. So we're going to be holding on for 6 years. So it's taken up a lot of our space upstairs, but that's what it would take to do it. So that's the end. Or is it? I don't know. We'll wait and see. So
Maybe I missed it, but wasn't there a government shutdown in there too that pushed things back an entire year almost because of the window?
That was
Okay.
nothing compared to everything
Well,
else.
yeah.
Well, there was a government shutdown which forced us to try and accelerate things with permitting and whatnot, and we just it was just last minute. We just couldn't do it, so we had to delay the project a year for that. So yeah, thank you for reminding me.
You were so thorough. I was just,
Yes. There's some things meant to be forgotten.
No, it's fair.
So,
That's fair.
John, if I can ask a question. So John, what year did we have the big celebration with the fireworks for the bridge?
2022.
2022. Okay, so we're about a year and a half later, and you may be wondering, why are we here talking about the bridge a year and a half later? It's because it took that long to finally close everything out and get all the approvals from the agencies. That's why we're here. So this is actually the real ribbon cutting now.
Well, we haven't closed it all out. All we have done is finished our contract work. Terry still has to get the contractors to get all their affidavits in before we can fill out the paperwork to release the retainage and the bonds and everything that exists on the project. And then we still have all the mitigation work, which isn't going to be done until 2028. And then after that, it's officially Jennifer's.
So John, do you have something special in mind here?
Hang on, I think Councilman Marshall.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no.
Well, I heard you had something special in mind, Rob, but this presentation was my special thing and my towers.
So we actually want to do another ribbon cutting tonight to celebrate the 36 boxes of documentation. So we've asked the mayor to come up and cut the ribbon. The city clerks are gonna hold the ribbon for you. And with me being here for not too much longer, I've asked staff, I said, what can we do that's just really weird? And this is all I could come up with, so.
You might have succeeded.
What's that?
I think you might have succeeded. All right, well, what's the plan then?
Yeah, go ahead and go on up there and cut the ribbon.
Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, this is the biggest project in the city's history and it was huge. And we were so fortunate to have John Vicente at the helm of this project. He is why it's successful. His leadership, the money he got for it, it was really well-designed, well-managed project. Also wanted to thank Terry Bielenberg, who was the project manager on it, but what a great team of people we have. This was no small thing, and they did it well, on time, on budget, and what a special bridge it is. It's not just a bridge that gets you from point A to point B. It does that, but it is also a bridge that creates a sense of place, and it does that too. So thank you.
I was reminded in John's presentation, there was a picture of the paddle artwork that we have at the viewpoint. And I was here on Sunday for the opening of the new art gallery out in the hallway right there. And one of the pictures is actually, it's a quadruple exposure, black and white of those paddles kind of overlaid. It's really interesting. It's right on the other side there. It's worth checking out. Beautiful piece by a Kenmore artist, but I thought it was really kind of cool. It's like, I recognize that. And then it took me a second to figure out where from. Well, thank you, John. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Councilor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Vincente. And also, it's not just this massive accomplishment of the point A and point B and the top of the bridge. If you kayak underneath it, which I've done once, I think, or maybe twice, there's artwork on those pillars. It's the herons, right? It's wonderful. I mean, having grown up here and seeing that, it's a wonderful eternal project that I think is greatly the city's credit. So thank you.
Councilor McCulver.
Thank you. This rocks. I appreciate weird things that we are doing and just want to throw into that. After the 6-year data retention period, a community bonfire. Say farewell. That's all I got.
Councilor Shrevenick.
The artwork underneath, one of them's a heron, but who can name the other one? Oh, come on.
Salmon.
A hydroplane, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
It's a hydroplane. Yeah, it's the hull.
Nice. All right. Thank you so much. And congratulations. And that brings us to the business agenda. STEP Housing Advisory Committee Charter presented by Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director, Debbie Bent for discussion and direction.
So I think the introduction says it all. Council direction previously was to have a separate advisory committee to provide an advisory report on STEP housing. So before we get started on that effort, I put together a draft charter for your review, which kind of lays out the selection process and other items, how meetings are run, etc. So this evening, yes, I am looking for direction on the charter. Does that make sense? Is there anything missing? Or something like that. And again, this would be, I guess, council's final opportunity that if there was any, if you had any desire to do something different than the committee, tell me now, because tonight, after tonight, we'll be moving forward with that selection and moving forward with this work program item. The goal for the Housing Advisory Committee is to give a recommendation to council, which is consistent with recent state law, which is to encourage jurisdictions to accommodate STEP housing, and in light of the model ordinance based on that state law. So the city regulations currently allow STEP housing, but the purpose of this work program item is to provide clarity and consistency with state law. So I'm here to take any questions or any comments on the draft charter.
And for the public's sake, could you spell out what STEP housing is, just so we're all on the same page?
I could, yes. So that would be shelters, transitional housing, emergency housing, and permanent supportive housing. And so that's the acronym for STEP.
Questions, comments? Councilor Lutsis.
Yeah, thank you very much. This looks great. I did have a question for my colleagues up here on the council and maybe something to consider. Just putting that out there, and that's why, I don't have a motion or anything at this time, but I know that there was a lot of interest among our planning commission about this specific project. And one of the thoughts that recently I was thinking about is whether or not there would be any interest in maybe allowing for commission liaison to sit or listen sort of ex officio with the STEP committee to report back to the planning commission. Again, I wanted to bring this up with you all first before making any sort of assumptions, but that way they could sort of liaise that back to the planning commission, whatever's going on.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Had a similar impulse, but my thought was to actually ask staff kind of what the vision is for the relationship between the advisory committee and the planning commission, because I do feel like we might want some type of relationship there. And it could, I mean, it could be that, it could be, I don't know. So, yeah.
Well, it could be many different things. I think when we first got into this, I did say that it was not a work program item that was required to go to the Planning Commission because it would not need amendment to the comprehensive plan. So the choice is then ahead of you. You could assign it to the Planning Commission as a work program item. It's not required. The council could take it themselves, or we could move forward with your prior direction of creating this advisory committee who would then report directly back to council. So there doesn't need to be a relationship between the advisory committee and planning commission unless that's what council desires.
Councilor Shrubnik.
Okay, then I would suggest some type of dialogue at some point between the two, whether it's something like what Councilmember Lucid said, or maybe even vice versa, that you know, a part of one of the meetings is explicitly to get input from the Planning Commission, for example. That could be another way. So something like that. And I'm open to thoughts too.
Councilor Marshall and Councilor Culver.
I support the liaison idea. Also, I thought that I'd want to see what the rest of the council thought about at least one public comment period. The charter as proposed says that it's to be given to the city council and there could be emails, but I think at least one public comment period would be essential to get public input, and maybe near the end of the process, perhaps near the beginning. I guess that's a challenge in itself when it would be, but somewhere. Thank you.
Councilmember Culver.
Thank you. I will get back to the Planning Commission committee piece in a moment. I did also want to update folks on 1195 because that's going to, I think, effectively greatly constrain what the committee could come up with essentially. We talked about this last time, but it passed the House Appropriations Committee on Thursday of last week, 19-12 with a do pass recommendation. That bill is now headed to the Rules Committee chaired by Speaker Jenkins, who not only voted for its predecessor, HB 2474, but of course scheduled the floor time to vote on its passage out of the House during last year's short session. I also just want to make clear to my colleagues that 1195 is sponsored by a member of our legislative delegation. That's Representative Davina Dewar, and both Rep. Dewar and Rep. Kloba voted for the 2024 iteration of this bill, again, 2474. Getting back to the groups piece, when we look at all the different groups that are tackling this, we have the Planning Commission, who would normally take up housing policy and code. But this council voted against including the STEP ordinance in their docket, 4-3. That was a close vote. I'm glad we're talking about them again, though. There's this proposed STEP committee. I saw, I think in an email this last week, that King County is now setting up its own advisory organization. And then there's us, who actually has to pass it. Collectively, this is starting to feel like a lot of cooks in the kitchen. So I'm glad we are starting to look at some alternatives. I also want to say that the draft charter before us tonight is 6 pages. But when you look at the model ordinance itself, which I encourage everybody to do, it's not that scary. It's 1 page of substantive provisions. There's only about 5 headings. It's kind of color by numbers, I think. So yeah, I don't want to over-engineer this. And I feel like the goal of moving toward a more administrative process is to depoliticize it. And if we have a bunch of different nebulous groups, that seems messy. So I will stick to my guns and say, I think putting this to the Planning Commission is a great idea if the state doesn't beat us to it. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Further comments? Deputy Mayor?
We did make the decision not to put this to the planning commission, given the bandwidth of the planning commission, and as our deputy planning commission, excuse me, Debbie, I'm missing titles right now. but Ms.
Debbie's
Bent-
fine.
Debbie stated that it didn't need to go to the planning commission. We came up with the need for this committee to ensure that our community has space to participate in this process. That's what it is. I think if planning commissioners want to participate in the process, as I read this, there will be public hearings, there will be plenty of room for opportunity for engagement and sharing information. I think that the organic process where this committee goes is important. So I'm open. I'd say we shouldn't put too many rules to this, and let's see where this goes. That's how I see this. I think it looks great. I'm happy with what's before us today. A lot of thought and care was put to it, and I'm not recommending any changes. I'm sure there's a way to that the Planning Commission will ultimately be engaged in some way, shape, or form, as will we. But I like the way this looks right now. Thank you.
Any further comments, questions? Okay, Councilor Lutzis?
I support Councilmember Marshall's proposition that at some point there should be some open engagement dialogue with the public, whether that's an open house or whether that's, a more informal sort of public hearing at the end, not exactly a public hearing, but something akin to that where other community members may have a chance to communicate and give feedback, especially if public comment is not a regular part of this.
Yeah, I think I would support more of an open house than a public comment session myself, especially with volunteers. I think that would be an easier forum for folks to both be heard and hear what people are wanting. Deputy Mayor?
I have a question. Maybe I read the community engagement portion a little literally and got it out of place, but I saw, I guess it is before the city council, but I do think public engagement with the committee does make sense, so I do support that. I was looking at page 5, but I was reading the public hearing with the committee rather than city council.
Any other comments or questions? If we want to make a change to it, we would need to give staff that direction at this meeting because they need to start recruiting. Does anybody have? Deputy Mayor?
So I'm looking at page 5. It does say a town hall / open house for community feedback on code amendments. Does that cover it? I mean, it looks to me like there's some organization here already to engage the community. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it.
Councilor Marshall?
Yeah, I just say, make it clear and say public comment. We don't shirk from direct public comment from this important process that people really have a stake in.
Apologies.
Deputy Mayor?
I did not mean to do that. I know we're on the dais. I just, for clarity, just want to read this. Listed below are anticipated ways the community would be kept up to date on the process and have input. The community would review these options and create a community engagement plan at the April committee meeting. The committee meetings would be open to the community. Bullet 1, a public hearing before the city council is required. Bullet 2, create a project webpage where the community could also provide comments, questions, links to information and background materials, etc. Updates through the city's social media platforms, top board newsletters. Bullet 4, town hall open house for community feedback on code amendments. Bullet 5, community attendance to listen to a panel of experts regarding step housing. I feel like it's there. That's why I'm kind of looking at it that way.
Councilor Marshall?
Absolutely, town hall does not mean public comment. It should specify, if it does, if I'm mistaken on that, it should explicitly specify it so that right is protected.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I guess, so are you saying a public comment before the committee in addition to public hearing before the council on this? That's fine.
Like at all their meetings? That's gonna eat up a bunch of their.
No, what I earlier
One.
said was, at some point to be determined, one, and at least one public comment.
Okay, are there 4 folks that want to direct public comment at one of their meetings? 1, 2.
In some form, yeah.
Okay, there is support for adding a requirement for a public comment period at one of their meetings. So if we could add that to the wherever is appropriate. Ms. Bent,
Yes.
any further comments? All right, I'm not seeing any. I think you've got the direction that you need.
I do. I would, in closing, just kind of refer council to page 5, because there are some tentative dates in there regarding the application and selection process, which will involve council action. So I would say select applicants for interview on March 24th. I have no idea how many people are going to apply. To select the committee members at a special meeting on March 31st. So I'm hoping that there is at least a quorum of the councils that could make that schedule happen. That schedule would need to happen if we are to start this process in April.
All right, I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
2025 federal legislative agenda presented by Deputy City Manager Stephanie Lukash.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So as you know, we have in the past had a federal legislative agenda that the council approves, and we're hoping to do that again this year. Acorn Consulting is the firm that we have hired to assist us and will help us advocate for the city's priorities at the federal level. And in your agenda packet was an agenda bill and then the federal legislative agenda. We're hoping that we can seek approval from the council tonight in time for the mayor, deputy mayor, and myself to take a trip to Washington, D.C. and meet with our congressional delegation to advocate for the city's priorities. So you'll see on the legislative agenda, it's 4 main items. The first is the Lake Point property acquisition, and we have a $7 million request that we're putting forth in our federal legislative agenda. We also have, if you scroll down, $1.25 million in Public Works Operations Center for environmental features. And then the other 2 items are temporary flight restrictions from Kenmore Air. This is a recurring issue. And in fact, our friends from Kenmore Air were just here with us tonight. This is an ongoing issue that they have when the president comes, the flights need to be stopped, and it has a huge financial impact on that company's business. And then the 4th item is eliminating lead from aircraft fuel. So those are our 4 items. Oh. Okay, here we go. These items. So looking for approval tonight for the federal legislative agenda and want to answer any questions.
Questions? Councilmember Culver.
Thank you, and congratulations as an interim elect city manager. There's something, congratulations. I'll have more to say on that later, but Lake Point is our number 6 priority. Everyone knows exactly where I'm going with this, and I still get to say it. We seem to sort of struck out earlier when we were asking for funds at a state level, but the email from this past weekend, I think, seemed to read a little bit differently. So I'd be curious to unpack that a little better. That said, I would still like to see our federal legislative agenda match our city priorities better. We have limited resources as a city, and some of the things that we're asking for feels kind of out of step, I guess, with things that we say are important. So to me, the Kenmore Air stuff makes sense. It's a very It's FAA, right? That's president. But Lake Point, curious how that's going to go over with Doge and stuff. And I guess I wanted to see what appetite there might be from my colleagues to switch it out for something else, given that Lake Point seems a little nebulous at the moment, to put it politely. So I would be curious for feedback from others. Thank you.
Questions, comments, Deputy Mayor?
Lake Point is an environmental project that goes towards climate action. Taking stewardship of our environment and stewardship of our watershed are critical to our top priority of environmental climate action and environmental stewardship. So I do not see the mismatch on this project. This is such a large project, it's pulled out and was voted on in addition to that priority. In addition, this does go beyond the environmental impacts that we're going to be addressing with this $7 million we're calling. By doing this, we are opening the door towards incredibly important economic development, which, believe it or not, I think our current president will support. And if we have an outstanding economic development plan that goes along with this, we will get the money that we need that will serve our community in the long run. I know it feels like a crapshoot. Things are tight now. But this is in addition to being what I consider the most important part, environmental stewardship. The environmental economic development piece that goes along with it carries it a long way in this environment. We have to recognize the number of jobs that will be created by the environmental stewardship and development that we do on this property. So let's keep the eye on the prize. I know we're on tenuous times, but there is actually a way to get a home run here. And if we don't go to fight for this money, now's the time. The property's available. Our team's been working on it I've been on the council now 5 years, I think. So let's just take this home this year. We've got to do it. Thank you.
Councilor Marshall?
I agree with the deputy mayor wholeheartedly.
Councilor Lutzis?
Yes, and just to add that Lake Point touches a whole bunch of other priorities way above that: housing, local economy, in addition to climate action and environmental restoration. And just a comment about Doge, is that's housed in the executive, and this is a federal legislative agenda. So unless they're starting to jump the branches of government, I'm pretty sure that this is a little bit different of a conversation than, say, directly applying for grants from federal agencies and things like that. But that's just a comment. I still think that the council is very supportive of moving forward in this direction on this project.
Councilor Shubnik?
Yeah, I completely agree with the deputy mayor. And I do want to kind of underscore that you all that are going may want to think about how these requests are framed, and how our legislators might want to think about how to frame them as well in our environment that we're in.
Councilor McCulver?
Thank you. As to jumping between different branches, certainly not behavior we've ever seen from Elon Musk or President Trump. I would also encourage my colleagues to look into the unitary executive theory. As for the Lake Point being a priority with our climate action plan, it's such a priority, it gets 0 mentions in our climate action plan. So I am clearly outnumbered on this issue, but I am going to stop there. Happy Monday.
Any other comments or questions? All right, seeing none, the chair would entertain a motion to approve the 2025 federal legislative agenda.
So moved.
I'm going to go deputy mayor moved, Councilor Shubnik seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk? Oh, sorry, Councilor Marshall.
I actually wanted to thank Councilmember Culver. I mean, it's going to be grim in terms of trying to get funding, but I think, like the deputy mayors point out the importance of this project, we got to stand up for something.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to approve the 2025 federal legislative agenda, Councilmember Shubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen.
Yes.
Councilmember Lutzis.
Yes.
Councilmember Culver.
No.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes, the agenda is approved, 6-1. That brings us to the last piece of our business agenda, executive search firm options. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Executive search firm options presented by City Manager Rob Carlenzi.
Thank you. So last month I provided notice that I will be leaving employment with the City of Kenmore effective March 23rd. And so at the February 10th City Council meeting, you directed that we begin a process for searching for my replacement and that we hire an executive search firm to do that. And so I solicited proposals from 3 executive search firms and got those last week. The 3 firms are GMP, Rothman, and Baker Tilly, and those proposals are attached to the agenda bill in your packet. And I believe we have all 3 of those firms queued up and ready to come on screen and do a quick, no more than 5-minute presentation about their firms. So I'll turn it over to the clerk's office to queue those up.
Only our screens were working today.
Oh.
Yeah, let's move to the front row for these presentations.
For the presenters' benefit, our city council's monitors are not working tonight because we had a brief power outage due to the windstorm. So they're actually moving to the front row of the audience so they can see the big screen instead of having to crane their necks and look at them. So those of you who are presenting, don't worry, the council did not disappear. They're just watching your presentation from the audience.
Okay, for our online consultants, we'd like to hear from you in the following order. We'd first like to hear from GMP Consultants and then from Baker Tilly and lastly from Prothman. So GMP Consultants, if you would put your video on. Mr. Prothman, you're going to be going third. Oh, that is GMP. Excellent. Go ahead.
All right, good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm Greg Prothman. I'm the owner of GMP Consultants. We are a primarily Northwest based, but our reach now goes back to Minnesota as well as other Midwestern communities. We currently have, one, two, three, four, five ongoing city managers, city administrator searches. We just picked up the city of Centerville, Minnesota here last week. In addition to that, we finished, the city of SeaTac, the city of Moses Lake with apologies, the city of North Plains, as well as Crook County, Oregon, and North Branch, Minnesota, in the last month and a half. Our firm is comprised of 19 individuals. We have 15 consultants with expertise ranging in police and fire and public works, as well as IT and planning. And we also have 13 former city managers as the core of our consulting group. I suspect, since I only have 5 minutes here, so I'm trying to put a lot into this. I'm not sure there's any other firm in the Northwest that has done as many city manager searches as perhaps I have over the last 5 to 10 years, and certainly not in the last 18 to 24 months. What that means is we have a remarkably better connection to potential candidates out there. Because we have 13 former city managers, each of those folks have their own cadre of contracts. And so we work on these large, or these city manager projects as a team. We sit down and talk about who do we know out there. We work collectively to find candidates. Our outreach, I think, is second to none. We have over 3,500 emails of city managers nationally. We'll send out over 800 letters of invite to other city managers in cities of comparable size, and we'll do a very aggressive screening. Anyway, I know we only had 5 minutes. I'm not sure what else to put into this. It's a very quick and brief overview. On a personal note, I hope I'm selected in that you may not know, but I actually had the privilege of starting the city of Kenmore when you first incorporated. I brought your interim team in. I wrote the work program to incorporate the city, and it would be a privilege to be associated with the city again. Thank you so much.
Hey, Greg, I have a question. Can you speak to who will be the lead on this project for Kenmore?
Yeah, absolutely. That will be, stand by for 1 minute, Ms. Debbie Terry. Debbie is a retired city manager out of Shoreline. A similar community in many respects. They were both incorporated about the same time, and principally a residential community. She is currently working on the city of Medina right now, city manager search, as well as Franklin County, and just recently finished up with the city of SeaTac city manager search. An outstanding individual. I'm very pleased and proud to have her as part of our team. Be happy to answer any questions if I could.
I think we're going to do questions at the end when we're all back at our seats. It'll be easier that way.
Sure. So I'll stay on the line then, I guess, and if you have questions.
Okay, Mayor, would you like us to move on to the next firm?
Yes, please.
Okay. It looks like Cliff Moore is already with us. Oh, we're out of order. Baker Tilly is next. Thank you for your patience, Cliff.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Carol Jacobs. I am a managing director here at Baker Tilly. We are a national firm. We have done over 1,700 searches across the country. We have a very, very deep bench. I myself am a former city manager, and we have former professionals in the business in all areas of expertise in a city. I want to introduce you to Jennifer Curtis, who will be your recruiter. I wanted you to see her face and give her a moment to kind of briefly tell you about our process.
Oh, hello, Council. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Curtis, as Carol mentioned, and I worked in local government for longer than I'd like to admit, but about 25 years. 16 of that was working for cities in California. And I work with city councils to fill city manager positions in 2 of those cities. So I certainly understand it from your side and departmental operations, governmental operations as well. I'm currently doing executive search and other human resources services with Baker Tilly. And happy to answer again questions, or it sounds like you're going to wait till the end.
I appreciate your understanding with that. It's just with our screens not working, we're in a very awkward position right now in the audience. So.
Okay, thank you. And we're moving on to the last consultant firm, Cliff Moore. Thanks for your patience. Go on.
Good. Thank you very much. Good evening, Council and staff. A pleasure to be here speaking with you tonight. I'm Cliff Moore from the Prothman Company. I'm a former city manager from Yakima, a former county manager in Thurston County, and also a longtime department director in Thurston County. So I have a lot of knowledge of the enterprise, a high regard for the work of council and certainly city staff. I think that city government is the sort of the first line of defense of democracy, and I'm very proud to be working with a firm that's been in business for 23 years, successfully completed hundreds and hundreds of recruitments for senior leadership positions in city and county government. We have a database right now of 16,000 resumes. We've done personal interviews with over 9,000 individuals in a semifinal round. And I think one of the things that makes our organization a little bit special is the depth, the quality, and the experience of the staff that we have in our main office. Their efficiency, their efficacy, their thoroughness is quite amazing. And they make the life for the consultants that work for Prothman, they make our job a lot easier. They allow us as the recruiters, and I would be the recruiter working with the city of Kenmore on this process. It allows us the sort of the luxury of being there working directly for the council and for the client. And the thing I think that makes us a little bit special is our availability. You would have my cell phone number, my email number, my email address. I live in Port Townsend, not too far away. I'm available to council and staff at any time. And I think that that's something that is really important for council to know that your recruiter is available to you. We're very flexible in terms of the process. You've seen our proposal. We've lined out kind of the steps that we would take. But one of the things that we hear from clients a lot is how much they appreciate the flexibility that we have to be adapting the process along the way. So I would say to you, you've heard some really good things from other search firms. I would ask that you take into consideration some of the things that we've put into our proposal and recognize that, as a former city manager, I would welcome the opportunity to work with you on finding your next city manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Why doesn't the council return to the dais and we can ask questions? All right. Do we have questions? I assume we have questions. Councilor Lutzis and then Councilor Shubnik.
Yes, I'm curious, and this can be applied to all, but briefly, I hope, is in your pool of applicants that you draw from when selecting a city manager or trying to recruit or match a city manager, do you more so look regionally, statewide, or do you spend more time on the national search? I'm just sort of curious on what primary pool size you pull from each. Thank you.
I can start if you like. This is Greg with GMP. Ideally, we'd love to find a Washington manager who understands Washington state law, growth management, all of the items that you deal with on a daily basis. That's our first goal. However, in today's market with lesser city manager candidates than we would have seen 5 to 7 years ago, we do have to do a much stronger and more aggressive regional and West Coast, even the 13 or 14 Western states, targeted recruitments. Of course, we'll be also advertising nationally, but we do find that certain city managers do better in Washington than from other regions in the United States.
If I could go next. We are, as I said, we're a national practice, and we would really want to speak with the council about what you're looking for in your next city manager. Are you looking for somebody who is more regional, more West Coast, within the state of Washington, or are you looking to go broader and to do a national search? And we can tailor our recruitment to you with whatever level you want to do at. Also, I think what's important about our firm is we are dedicated to getting you a very diverse pool of candidates. We think that's important. We want you to have a wide range to choose from, and we can only do that if we provide you with some diversity in our candidate pool. And we do that through our advertising efforts.
I would say that the number one thing that we look at in Prothman is fit for the city. And so all the city managers in the 11 Western states are in our database. We would reach out to them. I think we would focus on Oregon and Washington and Idaho as the regional approach, but certainly our outreach efforts would include a broad national approach.
Thank you. Councilmember Shubnik.
One of you touched on this, but I wanted to ask about it more explicitly. How do you go about identifying what stakeholders want to see in city manager? And when I mean stakeholders, that would be council, but also community groups.
Let's just go in the same order again, Mr. Rothman.
Okay, thank you. Very, very important part of this process. We don't want to assume we know what you're looking for. So to accomplish that, we're going to come on site. We want to spend a day, maybe 2 days, getting to know each of the city council members individually. We want to interview with your senior staff. We'd like to interview your board and commission chairs if they're available. We'd like also to meet with leading citizens and anybody that you think would help us better understand the role of city manager and to get a good sense of what it is you're looking for. Once we get that information, that is critical for us then to write our position profile. if you look at our materials that we submitted, you'll note these are not cookie cutter profiles. We don't just plug and play on a formula basis. We try to write each of these individually. We have a content writer. She's a professional writer by trade and also a graphic artist. And we think we have evolved our profile materials accordingly. So for us, that is super, super critical for our consultant to be on site to meet with you.
And then for our process, very similar input of council, staff is very important. Also, community surveys, we believe are highly effective. Can't always get to folks after dinner to come to a council meeting or to come to a special meeting about the city manager. So we believe surveys give folks an opportunity to really give their input on their time, which often results in a higher response rate. So we get a little better feel for what the community may be looking for. We will also do community meetings if that's something that the council would really like to see, but we believe that the surveys instrument tends to be a little bit more effective. And that is how we put together our profiles as well.
I'm not going to say much different, anything much different than my colleagues here. Certainly, we would come on site and meet with council individually, senior staff, outgoing city manager, any of the community stakeholders that you would want us to speak with. I'm also always available by Zoom. If we can't get to somebody in a day or two that we're on site, I'm happy to set up a Zoom meeting in an evening or on a weekend to make sure that we are able to reach out to the folks and hear from the folks that council thinks are important for us to hear from. And it's after we've had all of that input that we would develop the profile that would reflect the sort of the mission, the vision, and the values in particular that the council is looking for. That those are, I think, what we think is the critical components of the outreach material that we would prepare.
Any other questions? Okay, I am not seeing any questions. So I want to thank all of you for coming in and presenting. I really appreciate you taking the time of submitting your application, your materials, and yeah, thank you so much. And now we will have to have a discussion around who will be selecting for this. So thank you. Colleagues, thoughts? Anyone? I mean, if no, Councilor Marshall?
I was impressed with what seemed to me, at least at my reading, to be the variety of municipalities that Prothman was working on or had achieved. Counties, different districts, things like that.
Councilor Shrubnik?
And I just want to make sure we're talking about the right, so you're talking about Prothman, not GMP?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Lutzis?
Yeah, I was impressed with, I think, specifically GMP and the stronger connection when it comes to this area, how our specific person that would be working with us as former city manager of Shoreline kind of has a good feel of the lay of the land, and looking through sort of the resume, if you will, of city managers that they've paired. It's all been very regionally, and I saw a lot of other cities that were of similar size or comparable in different ways and characteristics to Kenmore. And so that one tended to stick out to me. I also liked the regional approach as opposed to completely beyond the region, or excuse me, yeah, completely beyond the region elsewhere. But you know, that's just what stuck out to me.
Councilmember Culver?
Thank you. I think there's a tension that if we look farther outside, we're going to get folks who are less familiar with the lay of the land and need to get up to speed on Washington State Code and King County things, and certainly anybody's capable, but I think that's going to be tough to do some catch-up work too, I guess so. And I guess on the other end of the spectrum, if we try and recruit locally and other cities know that we have a powerful candidate, shall we say, I think that might limit our pool. So I think what I'm slowly saying is I am ready to make an appointment when you all are, and I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Other comments? Deputy Mayor?
I think we had 3 strong firms to choose from. One thing that stands out for me, in addition to Councilmember Lutz's comments, is they appear to be very good at what they do based on recruiting our city manager away from our great city. And the history here. So I think that I could be bitter and not want to go that direction, or I could pay attention to their success record. So I think all 3 are great firms, but that's something that did stand out to me is who they're working for now, their successes in the past that I'm familiar with. Yeah, something about their presentation did stand out to me as well. So thank you.
Yeah, speaking for myself, I was leaning towards Prothman, like Councilor Marshall. Any other comments? Does Councilor Sasson have her hand up? I can't see anything. Councilor Shrubnik, did you have something?
Yeah, I mean, I was leaning toward GMP for some of the same reasons. I felt like they had the deepest understanding of Kenmore, but at the same time had a little broader reach in terms of their recruitment in more areas, more states. And they also had it seemed like a deeper understanding of kind of our local region, not just Kenmore, but Shoreline. So that was the reason I was kind of leaning toward them.
I think we've heard from everybody except Councilor Sasson. Did you want to weigh in, Councilmember?
Yes,
Councilor
thank you. I appreciate you helping me out here. I've lost my ability to raise my hand on Zoom. I think I'm going to go with the comments that our deputy mayor and Councilmember Lutz had just shared in terms of the group that recently successfully recruited our city manager away. I think that they have a special obligation to help us. and so that's my vote. Thank you.
All right, well, according to my unofficial count here, I believe that we have a majority in favor of GMP. The chair would entertain a motion then to hire GMP to run our executive search.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Being none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to select GMP consultants to run the executive search for the next city manager, Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasson.
Yes.
Councilmember Culver.
No.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Councilmember Lutzis.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes. The motion is approved 6-1. So thank you to everybody who applied. We really appreciate your time. That brings us to staff reports. Planning Commission Compensation Survey presented by Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director, Debbie Bent. And if council doesn't mind, just because we only have a couple things left, I was going to push past 9 o'clock and just get things wrapped up. So, all right. Ms. Bent?
This was more for informational purposes only. Actually Todd Hall did the work, so thanks to him. He called 11 cities and did some research and found out which ones had compensation, and 4 of the 11 did. So this is just for council information, and if at some future point the council wishes to look at compensating the planning commission, that would be a much larger discussion to have. So this is just for information for this evening.
you have any questions on the information that was sent us? Okay. Councilor Lucis?
Yes, really quickly, just for clarification purposes, on the attachment, I'm looking at Mercer Island. It says for paid practitioners only, not residents. Would you mind just quickly defining what that refers to?
I'm not sure what that distinction is. I'll get back to you.
Sorry,
I will send an email
apologies.
out to all council. I'll check in with Todd to look at his notes. I don't have his notes in front of me.
I know it was last minute and I just
Yep, no
caught
problem.
it, so my apologies.
Oh, no problem.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item B, K4C, seeking elected officials' participation, presented by Environmental Services Director Richard Sawyer. Mr. Sawyer online? Great.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Yeah, this request came from our climate action program manager, Nina Rasmussen, representing us with K4C. They are looking to put together a subgroup of elected officials that would meet very similar to how they annually hold an elected officials workshop once a year. I think there's a lot of interest and attendance with that meeting, and several have expressed interest in kind of having a more frequent group that they can meet with to discuss K4C issues. And so this group being put together, I believe, will begin meeting in May. And I don't have a lot of detail, but what we've heard expressed is that they would potentially meet up to twice a month during legislative session, and then maybe quarterly outside of that. And it would be open to what they hope would be at least one elected official from each group, but there's no limit to how many could join, just depending on interest. So I'm just here tonight to request and see if there is at least one council member that would like to be our official member of that group.
I've participated with K4C for a bit, and I found it work great. I'm not sure I have the capacity to do this, so if somebody else wanted to jump in, that would be a welcome thing. Councilmember Lucis, yeah.
Could you briefly describe the commitment around that?
Again, we don't have a lot of detailed information. I know that I think currently what they're thinking is as I mentioned, maybe meeting twice a month during legislative session and then quarterly outside of that. And I think what the intent is that if there are issues that come up, so sometimes Nina or myself have come to you with wanting letters of support, or they may want to comment on any a particular bill. This would kind of allow that direct connection between elected members and K4C, and able to turn around and react quickly.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
One more question. Is it like 1 hour meetings twice a month? Is that what you're thinking for a legislative session, or just it'll just depend?
You know, I think it once the group starts meeting, they'll probably refine kind of that frequency and length of meetings more closely, but that's really all the info I have right now.
Yeah, I'd be happy to participate. Yeah, and I'd be open to a backup if anyone wanted to, if there's something like that we could do, but you can put my name in if no
Anybody
one
else
else wants it.
Yeah, does anybody else want to nominate themselves to be our rep? Councilor Lucis?
I'm happy to act as maybe a temporary alternate.
Okay. Are there any objections to Deputy Mayor being our appointee to this K4C group and Councilor Lucis being running backup? Any objections? Hearing no objections, that is what we will do. Thank you very much, Richard.
Excellent. I'll pass that along to Nina. Thank you.
Great. Staff report, Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, just a couple more things. Just note, it says on your agenda towards the bottom, I just want to highlight that you do have a city council meeting on March 3rd. We're hosting the North Shore School District School Board here. That'll be at 7 p.m. Also, I sent an email about possibly naming the boathouse. when we renamed Squires Landing Park to Tlopawadi's Park, we created a parks naming policy, but we don't have a policy on naming other things like buildings and bridges and things like that. But that said, I am recommending that that you all consider naming the boathouse at Rhododendron Park the Baker Boathouse after David Baker. And in the email I sent to you, I listed out the reasons why I think that would merit his name being attached to the boathouse. He really did lead the charge on getting that boathouse funded and built from the council. I know all the council members worked on it, but he especially worked hard to get $600,000 from the county, $250,000 from the state, $250,000 from the school district. He also worked closely with the superintendent to get a high school rowing program here at the new boathouse. And he even gave the school district a challenge. He said, in 10 years, I want a national championship. He laid that vision out for the school district. And almost 10 years later, we're pretty close to a national championship. Last year, the women's quad took 5th in the nation. All 5 members of that quad, the 4 rowers and the coxswain, are coming back. So the team is intact and they're coming back this spring. And it's quite possible that they could win a national championship. Plus all the other things he's done for the city, including 20 years on the city council. All of those years he came on when the city was still in its infancy, and he presided over the city coming into its own and becoming what it is today. So those are some thoughts on why I'm recommending that the boathouse be named after him. It's up to you now to move this forward and consider it or not, but that is something I am recommending.
I guess I'll ask for discussion. Councilmember Culver.
Thank you. I have thoughts. This might be a trap. Full disclosure, I brought this idea up to a couple of my colleagues a couple of years back, actually. I'm going to abstain from speaking to all of the merits of the person it's meant to honor. I think that's best told by others in the history books. I do feel comfortable speaking on votes, though, which speak for themselves on our council voted priorities, climate, affordable housing, DEIA among them, each where we've had to recently reaffirm our commitment to. Former Councilmember Baker's own votes speak to being a legislative obstacle on these issues. He was the only vote against the first Climate Action Plan ordinance. He was the only vote against DEIA. He was the only vote against the Pride Steps, which stood even after the somewhat confusing follow-up meeting. He obviously had quite the exit with his Plymouth vote, again, speaks for itself, where we are repeatedly looking to reassure both the local community, and we know they're watching, and also stakeholders on our future efforts like affordable housing, that we are serious about these things. It sends a real mixed message to elevate and honor someone with that kind of voting record who opposed all of those things. As for the naming policy itself, though, that I would also speak against on broader concerns. Paving the way to name buildings against after living individuals, that could create what some people call a perverse incentive structure. We've heard a lot of community pushback about ambitious construction projects where these huge budget overruns, and if we start designing projects to be these legacy projects, then the guiding purpose gets muddled. Are we building the facilities needed by either our staff or our community, or are we putting 6, 7, 8 figures of taxpayer money towards building an expensive monument? The boathouse is kind of a textbook example. The scope increased substantially, costs went through the roof, and there's, I think, something like $600,000 still unpaid on it with no timeline identified for settling up. Setting aside the potentially fraught optics of what message that might send, I know we certainly owe a great debt to former Councilmember Baker, but that might be a little too on the nose. I don't like the position that puts us in going forward. I think that's a bad framework. And I should say too, it's even fine if council wants to affirmatively vote to spend gobs of extra money on this type of project, but in the context of financial sustainability and a lot of heartburn about the money pinch that we're in, again, a real mixed message. I think at an absolute minimum, it would be inappropriate to continue down this path without putting some kind of explicit budget on the legacy factor. How do we weigh that as a collective priority over putting funds toward basic stuff that staff need to do their jobs? In short, I don't think legacy projects are a priority right now, but goodness, let's get the building paid off first before we start talking about dedicating it. Thank you.
Councilor Lutzis, and then Councilor Marshall and Councilmember Shrubnik.
Sure, I understand that certain individuals may have particular relationships or pasts or interactions with different members in our community. But I think just looking at holistically a lot of the good that was done and recognizing the number of years of service, I mean, that's something that the community, recognized in order to vote him into office so many terms. And personally, I'm in favor of recognizing somebody who's had such a significant impact all the way down to helping get Kenmore's name on different signs and things and really creating an impact and making a mark. I would like to say, though, that I would appreciate establishing a policy first before going through the naming process, just so it's standard rather than making that up after the fact. And whether that's can be an easier modification of just amending the current parks naming policy to be a parks and public spaces policy. I'm open to having that discussion, but I do think that needs to come first.
Councilor Marshall.
Councilmember Lucis put it very well. And I think, yeah, I definitely want to have the public weigh in first.
Councilor Shrubnik.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to see the policy before the action, but I have to say, I like this action also. I've always wondered why naming things is reserved for people after they die. I mean, there are many people in our community that contribute so much, and I just think it's great if we can recognize them. And he certainly contributed not only to the boathouse, but to so many things. And, frankly, our federal delegation knows Kenmore because of the work of David Baker. That it'd be hard pressed to say that about many other cities of, 24,000 people. So, we're known at the federal level, we're known at the state level, and certainly locally at the county level because of his work. So I would like to see a policy that is similar to the other ones that we were sent, that doesn't restrict it to just people who have passed away.
Yeah, I personally think we need to have a framework in place and a policy in place around this. B, I am definitely more inclined towards limiting it to naming things posthumously. That's just my personal feeling about it. David Baker did an amazing amount of work. He probably did more for the city than almost anybody else I can think of in his time on council. And while I may not have agreed with all of his votes, that's not what matters at the end of the day. His votes were his votes, but he came and he worked tirelessly for the city. And, it's not up to whether or not you agree with somebody 100%. It's about service. And I don't think there's any arguing that David served the city pretty selflessly for 2 decades. That said, I still am not comfortable naming things after folks who are still alive. It just doesn't quite feel right to me. I thought it was weird when they named a carrier after George H.W. Bush when he was still around. And this is much smaller than that, I recognize that, but I think this could be a fitting tribute to former Mayor Baker at a later time. But I do think we need to get a policy in place because I don't want these to be one-off decisions that we have to keep figuring out what we like and what we don't. So I think that's something that we should probably work on sometime. I don't think it's wildly pressing, though, personally, as far as getting something in place. But I appreciate the city manager bringing this in front of us as an idea. Any other comments? All right, not seeing any. That brings us to council member reports. Councilmember Culver.
Thank you. I have a quick arts and crafts project I need to show off. Congratulations once again, interim-elect Stephanie Lukash. This is a something that strange people from the South do when we play basketball and football is you hold up big heads of people, and that felt appropriate. So that is what I did. There you go. Congratulations. Other things, congratulations also in order to Shoreline Fire and the Firefighters Union, Local 1760, on a decisive victory in the Regional Fire Authority vote, even in a brutal, snowy February special election with 31% turnout. A supermajority, 68%, said yes, and those results were certified by King County Elections this past Friday. I will dole out a little pat on the back as a pro committee member, and I want to thank this council for their unanimous endorsement, and thank you to the voters for their support. In other local happenings, a group of residents in Lake Forest Park is now threatening to sue Sound Transit over the bus rapid transit plan that they say would inflate the project costs without substantially improving service times. I brought this up before to invite the group to hear their pitch out, but got stuck at 2 thumbs, which thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Kane, for that second. But I've heard this issue described as moot and ever feisty about protecting their trees. Hundreds of residents in Lake Forest Park would like an argument, and I find their case pretty compelling. Transit is changing. Our park and ride is pretty empty most days. Kenmore, of course, lost its 1-seat route to downtown. Then our fixed bus routes, those were replaced with Uber-style minivan service from King County Metro, which is rad and I like it, but now I understand even that program could be in some jeopardy. Seattle and so-called downtown has changed too, right? Now it's Bellevue with all the dragon energy. The return to office push hasn't been super successful. Corporate office buildings are now being expensively retrofitted into much needed housing. Now, usual disclosures abound. I am bullish on transit. The light rail is an absolute delight. I ran for the seat against a sitting Sound Transit board member, of course, with the endorsement of the Transit Operators Union, which is no small feat. But I'm bringing this up again because, as we heard from Sound Transit themselves last year, BRT really owes a great deal to Kenmore. And as things continue to evolve in the post-COVID world, I would challenge us to take more responsibility for that. I think we need to take more ownership that things are changing and evolving. And if we're not responsive to those realities, we risk being avoidant and potentially building stuff we don't necessarily need anymore, like all of those empty office buildings and that so-called hellhole of a city a couple miles down the road. I am not asking for a second on that thing, though I would happily offer one if anyone feels so moved. And last thing, I support free speech, so I got to stick to my guns. Free Palestine. Happy Monday.
Councilor Marshall.
Thank you to Debbie Bent for stepping up and willing to put in for the interim city manager. And thank you for all your services now and ongoing very much. Congratulations to Stephanie Lutkash on the interim city manager. I'm sure that's going to be awesome. We had some time, or a little bit of time to look at, or have a chance to look at House Bill 1195. We had a presentation on it from Debbie Bent a couple of weeks ago. And I let the council know I was going to ask for a second, which is what I need first, to put on the agenda. Well, a second, I'll need that, a second council member, I'll need that in the first place. And then there has to be, it looks like, a majority of council members to put it as an item on the agenda for opposing House Bill 1195. Or considering that, even discussing it. I think that we should, because we should never shrink from public input where it matters most. Where we, the council, are going to be the accountable decision makers. We're going to be there listening to the public, and the public's going to have its commentary. We're going to agree with some. We're going to vehemently disagree with others. We're going to feel blasé about another part of it. The public is going to say yes. The public's going to say no. The public's going to say, well, maybe do something later. The public's going to say yes on conditions A, B, C, D, X, whatever. And we're going to come to some decision. But we're the ones on the important issues like permanent supportive housing, where we're going to be sitting here and making the decision and being directly accountable to our people who are here. And lo and behold, our public actually, of course, has many good ideas because they live in it. They're living these decisions. They're living the neighborhoods. This bill, which died in the last time they tried to bring it forward, this bill just says, hey, make an administrative decision. We're not going to let the public speak to the council and have the council make that decision. That's it. I think that's wrong. I think it's anti-democratic. So I'd ask that, not that we oppose it tonight, but just thought I'd get a second. If anybody's interested to speak up for the public's behalf. And then I guess I have to get a majority to even consider to get it on the council for, or on the agenda for a future meeting, which I would like to get ASAP. Thank you all.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second for discussion?
Second for discussion.
All right, we have a second for discussion, and this is just for adding to a future agenda. I think we've heard what Councilor Marshall was going to say, or is there other? Councilor Shrubnik?
I just have a question. I think AWC is already weighing in. Is that, I guess that's a question. Is AWC weighing in on this in opposition? I think they are,
I
correct?
believe they are.
Yeah.
Didn't talk with them about that when I was down in Olympia, but I believe that they are.
Your Honor, if I could add one thing, I prematurely turned off my computer, but your legislative agenda under your policy statements already opposes state preemption of local decision-making. So Shelley has asked me, are we for and against this? And I went and looked at our policy and I said, well, based on your policy statement, we're not in favor of this bill. She's not actively, testifying against it or anything, but if she's asked, she's going to say that the city of Kenmore is opposed to it based on the direction you've given me in your policy statements.
Yeah, it appears AWC signed in as other at one meeting, and then they signed in opposed another meeting, and I'm just trying to figure out which meeting was which. That was appropriations. So most recently, they signed in opposed to the bill. They were signed in other when it was in the policy committee earlier. Councilor Marshall?
That's critical information from the city manager, which I thank, and I forgot I was going to mention that. I think it's still important to clarify absolutely on this particular bill.
Councilor Culver?
I would vote for this motion tonight, and it will surprise nobody. I will be voting against it if it does come back to council, but I think good to clarify these things. So I appreciate Council Marshall speaking his mind. Free speech is important.
Any further discussion? Deputy Mayor?
I just, I wanted to, I second this just because I thought Councilmember Marshall brought forward, important, the topic of public engagement and how important that is. I do feel like where we're at with this is covered on this agenda, on this item though. So I just want to say I was thankful to hear the response from our city manager on the status of the bill from AWC and our legislator, or actually our mayor and city manager. So that's it. I just wanted to hear more discussion. I appreciate the conversation being brought forward.
Any further discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Councilor Sasson, chime in if you want to speak. If not, I'll be polling folks to see if we have a majority to bring this forward, and then I'll figure out how we're going to do that. Not hearing Councilor Sasson jumping in. All right, so all those in favor of bringing this back for future discussion, could we get thumbs? Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yes, we have people. We have enough to bring this back on a future meeting. I would ask our clerks. I know that we have our meeting that we have on Monday is a joint meeting with the school board, but we do have some other business on there, don't we? No, nothing. Okay. Let me look at the agenda really quickly, because if we're going to have a discussion, it's kind of meaningless unless we do it sooner than later. Let me look at our agenda for Monday really quickly.
Do we know when it'll be heard? The bill will be heard? I mean, does even?
Well, they'll be on floor action. It's in rules right now, and they'll be doing floor action for the next, I don't know exactly how many days.
Are you referring to March 3rd?
Yes.
March 3rd, what you have slated is a Youth Art Month proclamation. This is after your special joint meeting with the board. Oh, okay, I guess proclamation and then the joint meeting. So if you wanted to address it, then I suppose you could.
Yeah, why don't we add it as a topic after the joint meeting with the board? We can thank them and then we can have this as a quick discussion at the end of the meeting on the 3rd. Does that work for everybody? Manager?
And I'll see if Shelley Helder can be available for that.
Sounds great. All right. Anything further, Councilmember Marshall? All right, Councilmember Sassen?
I think I'll pass this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shrubnik?
Oh, another meeting with a lot of gratitude to a lot of people. And I want to thank both Stephanie and Debbie for your patience and your preparation for our continued process, the city manager process. So thank you, thank you. I have 3 things. Two of them are asks of staff, and I don't know whether I need thumbs up or just can ask it. One is something that I think several of us have talked about, which is trying to get clearer about the budgetary and policy implications and impacts that we expect, or that are potential, given changes that are happening at the federal level. And I don't know what that briefing might look like, but I would personally really like a briefing about that at some point in the future. I don't know whether, do we need thumbs up about that, or what do we need
If we're
to,
talking about
it is
having
an
something-
ask.
Yeah, I think we probably do need general consensus if we're gonna add that as
Yeah.
a briefing, because it is additional staff work.
A brief briefing.
Yeah. Mr. City Manager, do you think that's something that staff could pull together for a meeting, say, mid-March?
Yeah, I believe so.
Or
Yeah,
maybe late March?
like after I'm gone, is that what you're
Well,
saying?
I'm just, I'm not, I'm loath to add something else to the meeting on the 17th.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe we can figure out something. Because we've already been having discussions with the
Yeah.
department heads on that. And so we already feel like, I already feel like we have good sense of that. So.
Are there any objections to adding this as a quick briefing to a meeting in March?
Or early April, or.
Yeah, okay, I'm not seeing no objections, so let's add that to an upcoming
And then
agenda.
the second is, I don't think it's really an add or ask. It's more, well, maybe it is. It's if there's a way that we can, in our communications, maybe this is a Lauren issue, assure our community, and we've done this a bit, around our continued values and commitments to those values, including things, for example, like communications, such as, we are going to continue to push out information about public health issues, even if we have to seek that information out because communication has been squelched. Another example would be how we do or do not interface as a city staff with issues around ICE and refugees and immigrants. So I want us to think about, as a city, reassuring our community that we're still here with the same values that have not changed and will not change. So I hope there's ways we can do that. That's more of a thought question. And the last point is about our council comments. And first, I want to be clear and just sort of on the record that what we each say during council comments does not necessarily represent the views of the council. I mean, by definition, or represent the city as a whole. We purposefully have council comments at the end of our meeting, like we're doing right now, in order for council members to express their views, share progress in committees that they're on, informally ask whether council would like to discuss new issues. You just saw us do that. We've not historically policed what council members say during council comments, and I personally like to keep it that way. That said, I do feel like we, council members, should adhere to our own DEIA values that we profess, just as we want our staff and community to do. And in that light, I do ask that we all, and I will do that for myself, try to think about what we say from the dais, even during public comment, with an ear toward whether the comment serves to be inclusive versus divisive. And, you know, some of the comments made recently about the Middle East have been experienced by some in our community as disrespectful, certainly uncomfortable. At a minimum, the comments are divisive, and they don't represent the views of the council as a body, or at least the people who have expressed them haven't asked whether they do. And that's an example. So I'm just raising the issue so that we can all try to be mindful of the impact of our words, especially when we say them from the dais.
Councilmember Lucis.
Yes, just wanted to quickly thank our city manager, Mr. Rob Carlindsey. He won't be with us the next couple of meetings, so the next time we'll see him is the 17th. So I just want to say, with him present here, you know, the next time that we'll be up here on the dais together will be the last time. So it's very, very bittersweet knowing that you're off to do bigger and better things. Well, I hope, you know, but I just want to thank you for all of your time and dedication, and recognizing that this is the one last times. I think you've seen in the last month the deep, profound impact you've had on the community, whether those are, you know, from the business leaders, the community members, those at the grassroots, our representatives at the county level and beyond. I think there's a deep, deep heartfelt appreciation for the impact and work that you've done for us. And just wanted to thank you and recognize that now as we prepare, since the next time I'll see you will be our last meeting together. Also quickly wanted to congratulate the new interim city manager, Stephanie Lukash. We look forward to seeing what you can do for us in these coming months. And we hope that, you know, by your actions and what you can prove to us in the interim, that will really speak to what the future holds. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
First, I'm just going to briefly call attention to an issue that's come to my attention. Something's come to my attention that I think is important that our city bear in mind, and I'll be pointing to it just here because we can see it with our own eyes. And that is the harm from the glare of improperly installed LED lighting, and potentially LED lighting on all forms may have consequences for our health. But if you look out the window, right over there is LED light that's improperly installed. I believe over there's a covered LED light. Over there, right by Kenmore Miles and Rite Aid, LED lights. What you will notice is they're exceptionally bright and harmful to the eyes. We do have amber toned lights there. I do not know if they're LED. I'm going to guess that they have not been changed yet, but I think it's really important for our city to be a leader in safe lighting standards. It's something that I'll be bringing forward as an important topic at our next retreat. I hope that our staff can start doing some research and, you know, gain some insight into it. We have community members that are experiencing disabilities and cannot leave their homes because of improperly installed LED lighting near their homes. My father can't drive at night because of the glare from LED lights in cars. It's a real issue. We can see it with our own eyes. I know it's a green issue. If this is not a question about my desire to reduce carbon emissions, it is important, but it's also important that we look at all aspects of our decisions. I flew in on an airplane on a trip recently, and flying over cities and seeing the glow of these piercing white lights is light pollution. It's not only harming our eyes, but we have to think about the creatures that are harmed, and believe it or not, our plants. These impacts are real. I just want to make sure that we're all mindful about that. And I will be bringing more information. I'm just barely scratching the surface. But as I was sitting here today, noticing the glare right over there, I thought I do have to say something tonight. This is important. And one more reason to address lighting. Lighting and charm. There may be pathways. If LED is the safest, best route, amber LED lighting properly installed will be a better decision for our community and the visual impact and charm of our community, which matters. I do need to speak to the free speech issue that came up this evening. I think it's important to recognize that, yes, there are differing points of view, and it can be controversial. I think desire for peace is an important thing to call attention to. And for me, recognizing how our nation spends money on wars, it's something that impacts us all. So there's a reason that I bring it up. I'm going to say something, and this is not to be controversial, but I just think it's a fact. Taking a stand against genocide is not anti-Semitic. It is not. Many Jews are standing with Palestine. It is not anti-Semitic to speak for the lives of the Palestinian people and Jewish people. All people deserve to live in peace and freedom. I appreciate the comments this evening. They were loud, they were heard. I recognize that we do not agree on everything, but you have a right to say what you said. I have a right to speak my values, which are for world peace. And I believe it begins by stopping the killing and ending ethnic cleansing, which we are witnessing. Thank you.
Well, I want to join the chorus of people congratulating Stephanie Lukash. Looking forward to working with you and continuing to work with you and seeing what you can do in this interim role. Quick update from a few weeks ago, Councilmember Colbert asked about the city taking a position on House, and this is just for everybody's awareness, House Bill 1445 or Senate Bill 5233, which were the whole Washington bills. Unfortunately, neither of them made it out of their policy committee before cutoff, so both bills are dead for the session. I know those folks are going to keep chugging along, but at this point, the bill's kind of dead, so. Yes, we could do it again next year. Anyway, what else? I've got nothing else. Nothing else to come before us. We are adjourned.